participants. How's everybody doing today? Good? How many of you all have been here for a day or so and been able to take in some of the movies and stuff? Been pretty good? Yes. All right. Well, thank you guys for your patience. We are here for another exciting panel. This is, for me, one that's I'm gonna actually enjoy because one of the producers, as I just mentioned, has been a long-term friend, and he and I have done quite a bit of things here in Atlanta, and so I'm excited about that. But we're here for the producers panel discussion, and what you're gonna really learn more about today is what it means to produce. And you know, these are the masterminds behind the wall that you sometimes you see, you know, every now and then on set, but they're the ones that's putting all of the brain power behind, you know, what we normally ultimately enjoy, which is the performance, right? So without further ado, we're gonna bring on some of the folks who's gonna have this discussion. We'll start with the moderator, Maggie Rush. I won't read her bio, but you guys can read that, but she's done and some writing and actress with years of experience in content creation. Is Maggie here? She's gonna be moderating our discussion today. Yeah.
Hi.
You can have a seat here. We're gonna bring on our panelists. First panelist is Benjamin Corey Jones. Is he here? Benjamin is a writer, producer, and director, currently developing a slate of projects, including television, film, and podcasts. Benjamin's not here.
No, he's on set.
He's on set. Well, he's working. Okay. Next, we have Robin Green Arrington, also known as Robin. She's a creative, also award-winning creative as well. She did Living in the Spirit, so we're glad to have Robin here. Give her a round of applause. We have Josh D, I hope I'm not messing that up, Belcher. Deshad. Okay. One of the most prolific new independent producers of film. We are welcoming her as well as she's crafting a career in the industry.
Him.
I'm sorry, Josh D. Josh. Jai. I'm butchering your name.
Deshad, like Omari.
Deshad. Okay, good to meet you, brother. I hadn't seen y'all before I got here.
No problem.
Lastly, we have Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. He just produced a movie about his father called Bowlegs, but he's been doing producing and been in the industry supporting creative work in the film and TV area since 2000. Marvin Arrington. So we're going to turn it over to them to have a discussion and have hopefully some enriching insight on what you do behind the screen to make the magic happen. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. They were supposed to be playing a little video. I'm not sure if they're still doing that.
You did a decent job on the presentation, and you remind me a lot of Marcus.
Do you know how many people would kill to be a gram?
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
You know you love us. Being young, gifted, and black is cool, but it's exhausting. Everybody wasn't born with a rose gold spoon in their mouth and a kente cloth wrapped around their head.
Ma, I'm leaving and she need a bottle.
Well, I'm busy and you need to call her daddy.
And why would you say something like that? You know I ain't speak to him since Shawnee was born. And I ain't begging nobody to take care of me and my baby.
You staying in here begging me?
I'm paying you.
Fine, Felicia. I'll watch your baby so she don't turn out like you.
understand how important this is? Like how important art is? This is everything. This is our voice. This is who we are. This is all we have left.
Marvin Arrington Sr. was one of the founding fathers of Atlanta, of modern Atlanta.
He ruled this chamber like mighty Zeus in Olympus. And it was a chamber that we aspired to the highest for the least of these. And it is his example that made this an august, mystical body of public service.
Hey everyone. I am Maggie Bush. I am a writer, producer, and actress. I work over at Tyler Perry Studios as a content creator there, and I have the pleasure to moderate this panel with these amazing producers today. Thank you for joining our discussion today, and I just kind of want to jump right into it. My first question to you guys as producers. During COVID, everyone was binge watching everything. I too was in the antics of Joe the Exotic and all those things that were going on. What makes a project good enough to get greenlit? Because we've seen all types of projects during the pandemic. In your field and in your experience, what do you think makes a project good enough to get greenlit?
Let me take that. So I'm a retired television executive as of last year. I might want to be one very soon again, but it's what the network is looking for. Usually you have a programming vision and you're working within that framework. If for some reason there's something that comes across that's amazing and it doesn't fit the programming vision, then we still will look at it, right? If it's something you know that's going to be like Black Panther, I'm just using that as an example, but you know what I mean, then we'll break the vision. But mostly there's advertisers and there's certain goals that the network has, and that determines green lighting.
So depending on the network, and because networks don't always take everything, so you have if
the
you're
network or the streaming service, yes.
Right. Okay.
So what I found in my experience is there are only 3 questions anyone will ever ask you about your project, your movie project. Who's in it? Who's in it? And who's in it? So I will say that it takes, number one, talent, and it also takes determination. You have to, set your mind that this is what you're going to do, and you're going to find a way to get it done no matter what it gets done. And then lastly, you have to have a compelling story. I think it always, ties back to the story and how compelling the story is. But you've also got to have the talent to make it, put that sizzle on it, right? Another guy said it's like a steak restaurant. They all sell steak. It's the sizzle that distinguishes one restaurant from the other.
In my experience, as he said, it is about it's more about the story from the independent side. We're working with Tyree Turner. He finds these great stories, and then he gives it to the team to look at to give their insight on it. But once he has a good story, then he goes out and builds the right people around it, the talent and those things. But the first thing first is having a compelling story, in my aspect.
I agree. Compelling stories, that's where it starts. We're the gatekeepers. The writers are the gatekeepers for sure. But Commissioner Arrington, you mentioned something about who do you have, like who's in it. In this day and age where social media is prominent, now there are new faces out there and people with less talent are now being put on. Do you still feel that that essence has been lost in the new age of social media?
Well, I don't know if it's been lost. I think it's adapting, right? I think it's changing, it's morphing. But so there are people doing social media. They may have several million followers. They have their own following. They've built their own, legacy and following. And so, they might be able to get on that way because now they have an audience that can follow them or transfer them, right? But it's like going back to the story. one of the things I always tell filmmakers, that are looking to finance their projects, write the book and go sell the book, right? If you need $500,000, go sell 50,000 copies at $10 each. You raise the money yourself. So it always goes back to, I think, having that audience. And I think the people that you see doing well on social media have found an audience, or they have built an audience, right? Either through going viral or through posting several times a day or several times a week. And so I think you still have to put the work in. You still have to build something from somewhere. Overnight success takes like 5 years.
True.
I still think that it still comes down to talent. People that have followers, they could still not have talent, and you still have to be able to show up and do the job. So oftentimes it can get you in the door, or you may be able to get some reality type of things, but as far as film goes, you still have to have the craft to follow up with it.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm on both sides as an independent producer and then also being a network executive previously. We casted our nonfiction from social media. And for our actors, we still wanted them to be talented. A lot of times we call it stunt casting, where we'd get one star, one person who actually was noted and known, and then we could get new and upcoming folks. It was important for me on the films that I was working on that those people were talented. That's not true for all networks. At some point, because it became very competitive, we also use social media for actors. It was mostly for nonfiction, right, personalities, but then we looked at the person's social media numbers because that's marketing. It's built-in marketing for the network.
Yeah, so really it's not about the talent, it's about the marketing that they bring as well.
It depends on the network.
Yeah.
Some networks are really, there's a network that I'm talking to and they only care about the marketability. But there are other networks, like my previous network, TV One, we cared about the talent.
Okay, good. In this industry, definitely we also come from a place where relationships are important. How important is it now? Is it still the same? Do you guys feel like relationships is where it is?
Oh, relationships are everything. It's how I got my last 5 jobs. My last 5 jobs I didn't look for, they came to me. Yeah. I worked on a film 25 years ago next year called Half Plenty. Well, this year's the 25th. The theaters is 25 next year. But, and I did a short film last year. The writer, producer, director of that worked for me as my producer and my editor. A production company that I employed put the money up for it. And that's just one example. I mean, I think I have this thing about ours, which I told you about. It's reputation, and it's also your reputation. I mean, relationships is reputation, it's resourcefulness. It's all these things, but the bottom line, my career, which is probably, I don't know, I'll tell you guys like 30 years now, is all relationships. Yeah. It's how you treat people, it's how people perceive you, and how you treat other people. So the PA today could be the EP tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only in this industry, just in life, right? Relationships are the single most important thing. A lot of times people have rules and, we have these idiosyncrasies and things and like, oh man, I will never do that. But relationships are more important than rules. People are more important than rules or expectations or what idea you may have about something. Relationships are, again, the key to life. And like you said, people are only going to hire people who they like. People are going to do business with people who they like. You look at a lot of these movies, you see the same group of people working together all the time, right? That's because they like each other. They got the producer, they like the actors, they all get together 2-3 times in a row. And you see that over and over again. So it is absolutely all about relationships, not only in this industry, but in life and everything that you do.
He literally said everything I was getting ready to say. Relationships are key, indeed.
Okay. Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
I mean, this might be kind of dated, but Bill Graves, who did Black Enterprise, had a book. And in the book, he said that our generation, which is, I believe, we're all Gen Xers, that we buffet networked, where we go in a room, we try to meet everybody, instead of focusing on the one person in the room who might know everybody else in the room, or not, but you had a real chance of making a genuine relationship with one person. And so I just wanted to pinpoint that, because I think that's amazing. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. And even how I even got to the studio was from my mentor who recommended me. Like, I didn't even go look for the job. She got called, and then they called me. And those relationships were important. That's how you get there. So for you guys, how did you all start? Is it started from the bottom, now we're here, or did you have a mentor to bring you on? How did you even think that producing was something you wanted to do?
You want to start?
All right. For me, my interest in film started in college. I came actually to Morehouse to be a film director like Spike Lee, but then they said that you couldn't, they stopped allowing people to take classes or major at Clark like Spike did. So they didn't have the program at the time that I was here. So I had to decide to go to Clark or stay at Morehouse. And I decided to stay at Morehouse and be a business major, and then do a bunch of internships in fashion and film. And later on in life is when I started doing the production of the film. Back to relationships, I met Datari Turner back in, when I was at Morehouse, so probably like in 97, 98, and he was a model, and we met doing some Tommy Hilfiger fashion shows, but at the time he was a supermodel. Had no idea he was going to do film or anything whatsoever. We were just enjoying life, but he had decided after 9/11 and the stock market crashed that he was really going to go into film, and he really locked in and got it going. Then years later on, I told him I was interested, and he allowed me to shadow him and to learn more about things on the business, reading a lot of scripts. It started off with just reading a lot of scripts and having to understand and giving my insight, and then it evolved to investing and finding investors and things of that nature.
So for me, I am an attorney, and I started out representing music artists. And a lot of people, I'm sure you've heard the term starving artist, right? So I was a starving attorney representing starving artists. And I had a lot of different music clients, and again, back to relationships. One of my friends, Kevin Williams, had gone to school with Rob Hardy and Will Packer, and they were getting ready to shoot a movie called Toi. And they needed an office to shoot the movie and some of the movie scenes in. And so I had the law office, went to my dad and law partners and asked them, could we shoot the movie at the law office, and wound up getting 5 songs placed in the movie Toi, and establishing a relationship with Rob and Will, Rob Hardy and Will Packer, and then went on to produce a romantic comedy in 2000. And so I guess, that's how I got started. I started on the legal side, and had no idea that I would be a filmmaker one day, and really didn't have the dream or that I would be doing films, but I have really grown into it. We did a documentary in 2008, and we shot a couple during the pandemic.
Yeah, I always loved film, but I wanted to be a journalist, so I went to NYU, and I was one of those people who finished my degree quickly, and then I fell in love with documentaries. I was a broadcast journalism major, and then I went on to Syracuse because I wanted to expand on being a documentarian, and fell in love with film there. But again, it's relationships, because there, one of my classmates ended up at HBO and got me into HBO. And then I worked at Def Jam. I'm a New Yorker. I worked at all these companies, right? And the mayor of DC's daughter was Drew Dixon. Do you guys remember Drew Dixon? And she asked me to work on a film, and the film was a flop, but the writer-director did have plenty based on that film. And so it just kept going from there. But it's relationships.
It is. It really is about relationships. And what I'm gauging from everyone here is that it morphs into something different. We start off one place. Like, I used to work at Northwestern in Chicago, I ran the transplant clinic there, and one day I was like, I can't do this anymore. And I finished my degree in journalism. I was a mom, a wife, and here I am now. It's like we start off something, and then you get that little thing in you that you're like, this is it for me. And I think for most of us in production and producing, you get that. And so you serve other things. You may serve as a PA, or you get on set and you just get that bug, and all of a sudden, this is it for you. What would you say, as producers, is the most difficult thing about producing that maybe people are unaware of?
You got to have patience. You have to have patience. Someone said making a movie is like trying to catch up to a runaway train that's on fire. So every time you catch up, your hands get burned. When we were shooting our movie, we had raised the money, and we shot a movie in 2000 called Big Ain't Bad. We had raised a couple $100,000, which we thought was, that was our budget. We thought that was what we needed. We had planned out a 4-week shoot. And after the first 2 weeks, we ran out of money. But we couldn't stop shooting, right? We had to keep going, and we had to try to raise the money for the remaining 2 weeks. And so, that's what you have to do when you're in those type of situations. You just got to find a way to get it done. So the most challenging thing, I think, is being able to have patience, have the determination to see it through to the end, no matter what it is, right? Don't take no for an answer.
I think the most difficult thing is managing personalities, from the talent to the crew to the craft services, just keeping all the personalities in place, because you learn a lot about people when the pressure hits.
Yeah, what he said. But I also think it's resilience. I mean, exactly what he said. But yeah, it's resilience, because I don't think that a lot of times people come to sets and producers look like they're chilling and they're just like living the life. They don't know all the things that the producers had to do to get you to that point. And they should be at that point, settled that they did a good job in pre.
So what do you think is the key to longevity in this business?
Relationships. And hard work. And I'm being somewhat facetious, but relationships clearly are it. People take a job and then they think they've done it, a film or whatever, and they think that they don't need people. You need people. If anything else, film teaches you that we're a collective and it's really a village. On a set, a PA is just as important at different moments than the director, right? Because it's like, I'm being a little exaggerating, but it is. The PA can destroy your set. And so I think longevity comes down from how you treat people and how you also carry yourself.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What do you think is the key to the longevity in this business?
Consistency, right? I guess back to the determination, but as she stated earlier, we didn't necessarily make money off of the first movie that we did, right? But it led to the next movie. It led to the next opportunity. And so if you stay working, if you stay consistent, if you stay determined, one project will lead to the next. It's basically the setup, right? It's how you set up your next project and how you show and prove your value. People always talk about proof of concept, right? And so once you have a product and you can say, hey, I got my movie on the shelf, right? I guess it's no more shelves now, right? But I've got my movie, being streamed here, or like now we've got Bowleg streaming on Delta Airlines. So now we've got proof of concept. And then now when you go to your next investor, you can show to them, hey, look, this is what we were able to do with the last project. And that can lead to your next project and next project. But you gotta stay consistent. You gotta stick with it.
I think also networking, which is, for relationships, but networking, people always talk about, people try to network up, and then they say you should network across with the people that are around you, but then also you should network down. You gotta have followers that believe in your vision. I think that, your time at colleges is one of the most important parts of your development. I still have people I network with now that I may not have seen in 15 years, but I can call and say I have a project, and they'll jump on board and say, what can I do to help? I also think that it's important to constantly be evolving and reading about the business, understanding the trends, and constantly having your feelers out for content.
What would you say that attributed to your production as producers? What successes and what losses have you experienced that you say attributed to your success? Because I think losses are not fully losses. You know, we learn from those experiences. What are those the hardest experiences that you have overcome that made you the person that you are as a producer?
Well, I had a Morehouse brother that I brought in on a film project that had a deal through BET, and I brought him into a situation, and he cut me out of the deal, and I learned a lot from it, because I went into it like, oh, no, he wouldn't do that to me. I've known him since we were in school, and I learned that you gotta have your paperwork in order. You have to make sure everything's in place. So that was a loss financially, and it was a learning thing, because sometimes everyone isn't your friend, even when you think they're your friend sometimes, especially when it comes to money, and that's the downside of it.
I think it was hard for me. I think that as a producer, Have Plenty was my loss and my success. Obviously, Have Plenty did really well. It's still on Showtime 25 years later, and everyone, wherever I go, knows Have Plenty. But I also, when it became successful, a lot of people started swarming, and relationships were tested, and some relationships were lost, and some relationships have come back because people matured. So success sometimes lends itself to a loss because people change. It wasn't a financial loss for me. It definitely propelled my career, but the loss of some relationships and respect for people when fame came was problematic.
All right, I'm sorry, I need the question
That's okay.
again.
So, like, some difficulty that you experienced during production or producing that you've learned from.
Well, I think you got to learn from, all of those different things. Definitely learned from running out of money in the first production. And, I think there are a lot of different things that you learn along the way. You have to be willing to learn from everyone, like they said, from the PAs to directors to anyone that is around. You have to be willing to learn. There are so many different experiences. And as the brother was saying, you've got to make sure you got your paperwork right. That's really the first thing. That's where one of the things that I do as an entertainment lawyer, we help dot the I's and cross the T's. So you want to make sure that you have your paperwork together. You own everything until you sign it away.
Let's just get a little personal. Robin, you're called the creative doula. I love that. Given your background in television, series, documentaries, how important is ethics in storytelling for you?
It's everything. I mean, I started as a journalist, so I was born a journalist, as my family would tell you. But it's the basis of everything that I do. So even the movies I do, I thoroughly research. My short is about my infertility. And so because I was living it for years, the research was there. I'm doing something on dementia right now because of my mom and a friend, my partner. And what we've been doing for our mothers, we're just putting it into the project. I mean, we still have to research past that. But I mean, I don't know that there's a separation when you're doing films. It has to be grounded in something. And at TV1, I was there for 17 years. Even when it was not like biopics, it still had to be grounded in reality because we all know Black Twitter, and we all were not looking forward to Black Twitter if something was wrong because they would tell us.
Jashad, I saw the trailer for Death of a Telemarketer? It was really good, by the way. But how difficult was it for you to secure finance for your film as an independent producer?
For Death of a Telemarketer, it was something that we shot right before the pandemic, and then pandemic hit, and then it was a struggle trying to work your relationships to try to get it sold and things of that nature. But I think in raising funds for that one, that was the easiest one out of the 6 films so far, actually, because people that we worked with previously, they came back and said that they wanted to invest again, but then they also had other people that wanted to invest. So there was no struggle on that one. It was a pretty smooth thing.
Is the same for your other projects? So like your first projects, how as an independent producer, like how was that to get funding for those?
Yeah, I mean, we've been lucky because the Tower's been batting like 100%. Every film has made a profit. So after you've produced 20-some, 30 films and they've all been successful, people are more eager to, invest, because 9 times out of 10, most films don't make a profit. So it's a little different.
And so for you, just kept producing and producing, and the more you produced, the more people kind of felt secure in your work.
Yes.
Cool. Commissioner Arrington, what makes you determine this is the one? You have a movie that you're premiering this weekend, right? Bowlegs?
Yes.
So what made you do that?
So it was a story on my father. We were in the middle of the pandemic, and I think we started getting some interviews prior to the pandemic. And it was a story actually that I tried to tell 10 years ago. Tried to start the documentary 10 years ago, and I just had too much going on, didn't have the resources or the time, and for whatever reason, the timing was right? A lot of this stuff is timing, and so the timing was right. We had the pandemic, we were able to kind of focus in, get the interviews that we needed, and it just worked out, and we were, the documentary Bowlegs is on my father, Marvin Arrington Sr., who was city councilman in Atlanta for 30 years and a Superior Court judge for 10 years. And talked about how he helped integrate the city of Atlanta and the history of Atlanta. We found we couldn't tell his story without telling the story of Atlanta as well. And I was telling David Mitchell, there are so many more Atlanta stories that need to be told. Joseph Lowry, so many others that need to be told. And we've got to try to find a way, hopefully, to do that. State Senator Leroy Johnson, first black elected to the Senate. Just so many of those stories that remain to be told, and hopefully we can find a way to raise some money to tell more of those stories.
So some of you have been honored to work for big networks and independently as well. For those of us who are out here who are wanting to produce, what advice would you give them as they begin their journey in producing?
I mean, for me, when I started at HBO, which was my first network, I started in promos and creative services, which I always tell people that they should try to get into creative services as a way to work into programming if you don't have a contact, because you have to tell a story in creative services and promos, right? It's still a beginning, middle, and end. It's still about the story. And you get to work with technology. At that point, we were using Avid. I think it was Avid. And it would just come out. It was the first nonlinear real system. So there I was able to do things quickly. I had to write fast on a deadline. And so if you can tell a story in, 60 seconds, actually those promos got down to 15 seconds, and actually 7 of it was content, and 7 of it was a billboard for advertisers. So you can tell a story in 7 minutes, you can tell a story longer than that. It's just about discipline. I mean, it's also about working your way through the network. So by the time I landed at TV One, I understood the inner workings of a network. Like, I understood the importance of sales and affiliate marketing. And, we didn't have digital back then. Well, digital wasn't around in the past, but you learn to work within all the departments. Even though programming is the nucleus, those other things are the veins that feed it. And I think a lot of times people go in and they just are hyper-focused on the thing that they want to do, and they don't know how to work the other departments or work with the other departments, more correctly to say that. Because those folks can also make or break your careers or make or break your projects. Those are the people, after you put it in a can, who are, however you do it now digitally, those are the people who are going to either sell into your project or not.
So if you're getting started, you want to make sure you protect everything. I'm going to come from the legal side. So you've got to have a story, which means you need to write a script. Maybe you start with an outline and a treatment, but you're going to work your way up to a script. So you want to make sure that you copyright that script, right? And so that is one of the first things. But then typically, most films are single entity LLCs, right? So you create a LLC just for that project. So you need to also set up that LLC for the project. And then eventually, once you have a product, a finished product, you've got to register the copyright of the film itself. So the copyright on the script is a copyright PA form. The copyright on the finished movie is copyright SR for sound recording. So you want to make sure that you have all of those things tied together. And then if you have a producing team, you may need, as part of your LLC, you probably have to have an operating agreement that defines how the parties are going to work together. You may also have an investor financing agreement, right? Which says, okay, well, how much money is the investor going to put up, and how is that money going to be split between the production company and the investor, right? And so there are a lot of different, I think, pieces that are there, but the main thing is to protect yourself, protect your intellectual property, right? Make sure that you do whatever you can to protect that. And there is no such thing as the poor man's copyright. Copyright only costs $35. So mailing it to yourself, that's good. You can try that. It does show proof of something that you had this story on that date, but spend the $35 and go ahead and actually get the formal copyright. It is set up for everyday people to be able to get it. And in fact, what you can do, if you've got 10 movies, you can register all 10 or all 100 on one copyright form at a time, right? And so there are ways to do what you need to do, but the main thing is protect yourself. And as they've stated, you got to do the networking. You got to be willing to go in and be the intern and just learn. Be a sponge. Be a sponge. Learn as much as you can, as she stated, about every little area that you can learn about in the industry, so that as you continue to grow, you'll be in a position, and to be a producer, you got to know what everyone else is doing, right? You got to have some idea of what everyone else is doing. So you need to be in a position, and the best way to be in a position to know what everyone else is doing or supposed to be doing is if you've already done that yourself, if you've already worked as a grip, if you've already worked as a PA. So that is, I guess, the advice that I would give.
I guess on top of that, I would add content. Content is key, whether it's getting it from other people or whether it's you jotting down stories that have been told to you from your grandmother or stories that you have seen from other people. Half of the hit TV shows or movies are just things that people have seen in their lives or other people's lives. So I would say start with creating your own content. I mean, right now in 2022, it's not like the old days. We used to have to borrow money to try to get a $2,000 camera to try to shoot some things. Now you can shoot your content on your phone and upload it. Like there are several movies that have been made off of just an iPhone. So ideally, I would say content is number one, as well as networking with everyone, from the makeup artists to the grips and different things of that nature, because you're going to need those various people when you pull everything together. When you're that producer, you're the quarterback and the coach. Like you have to have everyone together in order to go, down the field.
Excellent. So I definitely agree with that. Content is key, and definitely as producers, we're producing every day anyways. You're producing your own life, you're producing everywhere you go. So I think it is important for us as producers and writers and directors to find your own voice as well. Don't try to be someone else. Be you, the authentic best movies are the ones that come from you. So I do agree with that as well. My name is Maggie Bush. You all can find me on social media at Maggie_Bush. My film Mediator is won Toronto Film Festival, and Montreal is now available on Tubi. You all can catch that there. Let us know what's going on with you guys, how we can find you, and what's next.
Yeah, you can find me on IG. It's, I don't even know my IG. Well, one of my IGs is Robin the Creative Doula. And my short is making through the film circuit. It's called Exercises in Fertility.
You can find me on IG under Jashad, Jashod, Morehouse. Next up projects are To Live, To Die. To Live is a film that we shot with Omari, Hardwick, and Amin Joseph from Snowfall. It is being considered right now for Sundance. So hopefully we'll be there in January. But then also have a short film that just did with Destin Tucker that is pretty amazing. He just graduated from Morehouse. So keep a look for that. And hopefully we'll be working with some of you great filmmakers out there in the future.
So my name is Marvin Arrington. You can find me on Instagram, as the young folks say, on IG, at Marvin Arrington Jr., ARRINGTON. My film, Bowlegs, is currently showing on Delta Airlines, in-flight entertainment, for the next 6 months. So if you're on a Delta flight, please check it out. We do have a screening, this couple screenings this weekend, selected for the Black Film Fest ATL, so we'll be screening at the Regal Cinema Friday at 8:30 and on Sunday at 5 p.m. I'm very excited about that, and got a couple other projects. We did a documentary on the history of Black superheroes, and we've got another one that we shot at Kevin Hart's studio in LA on becoming a comic. So we'll be on the lookout for those as well.
Excellent. So I think we have time for...
Yes. First of all, let's give them a round of applause, guys. I think for you all, it's patient, and if it's okay with our panel, maybe take a few questions, maybe? Okay. Let's take a few questions. If you want to come to the mic, we want to be a little time sensitive because we started a little bit late, but we definitely want to get you guys to be a little bit engaged as well.
I'm Harrison. I'm a development manager for Crazy Legs Production. My question is for Robin. As a retired film executive at TV One, I know you're doing a short film, so what are sort of your next vision since you sort of already conquered that mountain?
I'm actually considering another job at a mainstream network, doing development as a consultant. I am consulting and I am doing other people's projects right now. Working on Have Plenty sequel and some other projects. I'm working on an audio project. I have a lot of projects. And actually, look for me on LinkedIn. It's probably easier than trying to find me on IG. And I'll talk to you, inbox me. But I mean, I'm doing everything. I just couldn't mention everything. I have some deals with some nonfiction production companies. And so I'm excited about that too. Everything. I don't know.
I'd love to connect, so I'll connect with you on LinkedIn.
Okay,
Nice
cool
meeting
thing. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Elijah Richard. I am a freshman pre-C Films major at Morehouse, which is basically film. My question is for anyone who can answer. So I know throughout the panel discussion, you guys talked a lot about building relationships, connecting, and my question is, when you're in spaces where there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of important people, how do you initiate those conversations without sounding like you're fiending for an opportunity? And also, especially spaces where you don't share a lot in common, how do you get that conversation started and being genuine?
I mean, I can go for that. So go to festivals. That's a great way to talk to you. You know you have a commonality there. Go to festivals and just walk up to people. Start out with a general conversation, what are you here for? I mean, everyone knows that people are looking. It's the the listening that people are listening for. If you're coming and you're just trying to attack me, there's a different thing unless you're talking to me and you're sharing. And if you make a relationship with someone, keep in touch with them. But don't always call them asking for something. Call them and tell them what's going on with you. You have to figure out the pacing. For me, it's quarterly. When I was coming up, it was a quarterly thing. Some people might do it every month. Just touch base. Say, hey, I'm Robin. It's Robin again. I just want to let you know I'm working at HBO now. Oh, now I'm at TV One. And you just build it. I mean, you just got to be natural in it. Because if you're in a space that's for film and television, then people know that you're there to network. Try that.
I also say that you could go to networking events like there's Greenlit ATL. There are things that you can go to that you can meet people and serve under their projects. It also helps when people see that you're working and producing your own stuff, and then you can it gives you the confidence that you need when you walk into a room and say, hey, I've done a short film and I'm marketing it here, and then they can kind of see that you're really taking it serious. So if you take yourself serious, others will as well.
And look at the Producers Guild. I'm a member, and I don't know this off the top of my head, but I think they might have junior memberships. Just go to the Producers Guild website and just see what's going on and try to go to socials.
I would say when you go to festivals, as she said, and you see the people that are going to be there, do your research on them and what they are so you have some idea of who they are. But offer your services for free. Everyone likes free labor. I mean, look at our country. I mean, that's how we like it. So offer yourself and say, what can I do? Whether it's getting coffee, be the best coffee person that it could be. I mean, I got coffee I used to work for Russell Simmons and Kumara coming out of here. I used to go get coffee. It was very humbling to do these types of things. Go get coffee, walk the dog, do these different things, but it puts you in the right rooms. Because as you said, if you're starting off as a freshman, you don't have any background, you don't have anything to offer but your labor, and to say that, hey, I'm here, I want to learn more, and I'm here to help you any way that you need. People always like help.
Don't do too much free.
Thank you.
A couple of times.
Plus you went to Morehouse, so you got to be ready to grind.
Hi, my name is Clark Phillips. I recently graduated from UNC School of the Arts, and I just had my thesis film screen here on Tuesday. And my general question is, what are the qualities that you look for in the directors that you work with?
Well, directors have to be super duper organized. You want someone that is really on it and they have a vision, right? They've bought into the vision, they've read the script, and and the directors usually, are at the set first, early before everyone, and they're usually the last ones to leave, right? So, and then they got to map out the next day and everything that's going on there. So you want a director that is super duper organized, and certainly, obviously, one that buys into the vision of the script.
I would say it's their content, whether it's a short film. We're working with Dachari. He's taken several filmmakers straight from USC Film School that all they had was short films. And it's only 5 minutes of content, but it was great 5-minute content. And then he turned around and invested in them. Like that for telemarketer, the guy was getting ready to graduate from USC at that time. And we, sorry. He ended up shooting the movie while he was still graduating from USC. So the main thing for me and from what I've seen has been the content itself and seeing people's visions.
Yeah, I agree with what they said, but also I like to see a person who can treat the crew correctly. Because a lot of times producers and directors who are new are abusive. And that's not what it is. And people think that is directing. So vision and all the things they said are exactly right, but also your temperament. Can you go onto a set? Because it's a constantly fluid situation and of challenges that have to be met.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. What's up, Jashad? How you doing? Appreciate the film plug. My name's Destin Tucker. I'm from class of 21, and I was a C-TEMS major. My question is on the topic of networking as a producer. What are some skills that you should highlight just when networking, whether it's horizontal, up, or not only skills that you should highlight, what are some skills that a young producer could work on? And this is just a question open to the panel.
Being personable.
Okay.
I'm saying being personable. As he said, the majority of everything is people want to work with people that they like, and being personable. And you don't have to be over aggressive to be or extrovert to be likable. You still could be yourself if you're not an extrovert, but just be a likable person and someone that has good intentions. I think that will go a long way.
I think also as producers, you're the glue for everyone, between the craft services and the directors and everyone. So if you're that glue, you have to have those soft skills, that personality that people can kind of feel like they're comfortable coming to you. So definitely hone in on that, as well as be confident in your work. That confidence people can see as well, and then they can feel like they can trust you.
Yeah, I would say be concise, especially when you're selling. It doesn't mean you should not be thorough. Try to be like a New Yorker. Try to talk fast a little bit, right? Because people are distracted. You know what I mean? Decks are the big thing. It took me a long time to accept decks, but that's what people do. But then people send decks that are 18 pages. That's horrible. Send a deck that's 5 pages. It's complimentary to what you have to say. It's not supposed to be what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, guys. My name is Alexis Silvestri. I actually just flew in from LA just to come see you guys. So thanks for coming. My question to you guys is, I'm a full-time actor now out in LA, but I wanted to kind of get more of an insight as far as you guys being producers on network shows and stuff like that. How much pull do you guys have on the casting side of things?
As a network executive, I had a lot of pull. We definitely had a casting executive that reported to me, and then the movies actually have casting folks. Again, as a network executive, I'm balancing out the needs of the network. Have you been in a number of our movies? Do you have marketability? There's a lot of things that the producer has control over, but it really does come down to talent. Some places don't care about talent, but most people care about talent. Oh, okay. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, we want to thank you guys for coming to this session. I think this has been good. I can't plug enough my man Marvin Arrington. His father is a mentor of mine and taught me politics. I spent about 20 years helping people get elected, so definitely see Bowlegs. Sorry about butchering my Morehouse brother's name, class of 91. You're doing great things, brother, so I won't let that happen again. And so we want to thank you guys for coming out, continue to enjoy the wonderful movies that we're showing in the festival, and we look forward to you staying involved with this industry and the things that are happening, particularly with Black filmmakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
as an artist, and how many actual creative people do we have out there? You guys know it's a challenge to be creative and then also to manage or to take care of some of the, the paperwork and all those things. That's what the manager does, and I think that's so important. You can't, it's hard being both, but if you have a manager, you can allow them to take care of all those things while you just be creative.
Yeah, and it's a thankless job. Like, I barely ever get thanked. You know what I mean? It's nothing I'm going to get glorified for. I've worked with clients for 20 years now, and most people didn't know my name until Instagram came out, right? And I just got on Instagram like 3 years ago, So it's a thankless place. So you got to be open and willing to not go in as somebody managing your life, not like another parent, but somebody that's a partner in your life that wants to help you build for the future.
And what was it like managing Omari Hardwick? Because, and I asked that because Power blew up, right? And that character was just, everywhere. I remember being at Essence and Tommy, I'm forgetting the actor's name, he was there. And they had to get security. People went crazy. Right. So how did you help him, be able to manage his career?
I was just talking to Joy outside, and she was asking me how did all this happen, because I was actually in corporate America. I did marketing for the Atlanta Falcons. And then I went to New York to run a publishing company. And while I was running this music publishing company, I met Omari, and Omari asked me to be his manager and be on his management team. And during that time, the first year, he fired everybody else on the management team and kept me. And I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing with you. Hold on, guy. But it is one of those things what you have to pick up fast, because I wasn't in TV and film before this, guys. Like, I only had music clients, and I dealt with like NFL people and track and field. So this is my first time dealing with anything in television and film, and I ended up producing his one-man show. But like working with him was an eye-opener, because it was already season 3 of Power. And so to me, when I met him, I'm like, you ghost, like you ghost, what you need a manager for? But everybody needs partnership. Everybody needs someone so you can be the creative person. And he was doing spoken word at my studio every day. He was doing poetry, and I was just giving my advice on like, hey, you need to do this, and you need to add this, you need to go work with these people, and it was nothing. And just so happened one day he seen my work ethic and was like, hey, come on my management team. And it's been 4 years now. And yeah, it's about 4 years now. And I can't talk about Omari without giving a shout out, because he did introduce me to my wife. And if y'all know, my wife is Naturi Naughton, who played opposite of Omari on his show, on Power. And so I'm not going to talk about Power without my wife.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So shout out to my wife.
I want to read something that you had written on your Instagram, which I think is so key with what you just said. You have to believe it's possible and believe in yourself, because after you've decided what you want, you have to believe it's possible, and possible for you, not just for other people. Then you need to seek out mentors and knowledge. The importance of having a good mentor cannot be overstated. A good mentor will inspire you, push you to break barriers, develop you, expand your perception, and most importantly, a good mentor does not judge. They offer a safe space to learn. And I thought that was really important to share, because that is what a good manager offers to a creative, is no judgment, a safe space, and helping them to go from one level to the next, right?
Right.
All right. I wanted to head over to Mr. Ian, who I'm calling Mr. Spotlight, because you're always in the spotlight as an actor. And I want to talk about, this session is on filmmaking in Hollywood, and that includes the actors, the people in front of the camera. How has your experience been in this new age of Hollywood? Because I feel like Hollywood has changed. And there are all these buzzwords of diversity and inclusion, right? Everybody's using those words. But how are you experiencing Hollywood right now? And give a real situation if you can.
Good question. How am I experiencing Hollywood right now? I would say from an actor standpoint, I got in at a good time. Truly. I think the work that is on screen represents, I've been in rooms and I've been on shows and I've been in auditions where it represents me, represents my people, where I come from, and I think that's beautiful. I think inclusion is a little bit different, because when I think of the word inclusion, I think of a seat at the table. And when coming into this industry, I wanted to have a seat at the table. I wanted to be the one, because it's not a lot of us. I wanted to be the one that's, yeah, I made it. But then you get there and you're like, well, where's the rest of us, right? And now when I think about inclusion, I think about wanting to build my own table. And I've been in this industry, as a professional 5 years now, where I want to bring the people that I work with, I want to bring my peers, I want to create our own work. So I feel for me, it's really important to, when you're in position, like Miss Denise here, who's done a phenomenal job of creating content for us, I think it's really important to make sure that we leave footprints in the sand for the people that are following us, for our peers, and to pull us up as well. Hopefully that answers the question, but I feel like now is a really good time to be an actor, to be a creative in this space. Yeah.
Can you talk about, and I think this is so important, and too, you alluded to this, about being hot right now and making it really, really fast. You really don't want to make it fast. So talk about putting in the work and really understanding the craft of acting. I always say the best actors come from the stage first.
That's why I believe that too, and that's why I chose the path that I did. Tu said longevity. For me, that's what it's about. It's not about this quick microwave era. I went to school. I finished college. No, actually, I dropped out of college during my third year. I was studying business and accounting.
Say that again?
I dropped out of college my third year.
Okay.
I was studying business and accounting, and I was playing basketball. And I knew that I was going to school solely to play ball. And I said, you know what? I'm impulsive. I believe in myself, and I have an undeniable belief in myself. And I think that's really important, especially in this industry. And you have to look at yourself and ask, what do you want? For me, it's longevity. I want to be here as long as God has me here. I want to be here until I'm 70. I want to be in this industry. So put in the work. What does that mean? It means going to theater school, because the actors that I admire all come from the stage. Put in my work there. Finished school. I had a manager right out of school. But I realized nothing was happening because I didn't put in the work. So what did that mean? That means, okay, meet casting directors. What can I do? This is my business. I am the CEO of my business. What can I do to propel myself, to build the foundation so that when I meet an agent, I have something to show? It's longevity, man. It's if you're going to be in this, I think, because some people have they have different reasons, but for me, being in this game for the long haul, and my acting teacher said something. He said, when you finish, I graduated in 2015. He said, okay, look at your classmates. Look at the people that are all graduating in 2015. Let's say it's 200 of you guys all together collectively. In 3 years, because of the nature of the business will tell you very quickly if you're made for it or not. In 3 years, that number is going to cut down to like 120. 5 years later, that number is going to cut down to like 75. And you realize that you just got to keep putting in your work. And while that's happening, you're building relationships, you're honing your craft, and your opportunities, you're prepared for when those opportunities come. So that's how I feel. That's my path.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I want to come to you, Mr. Corsian, because he mentioned the belief part, and you're a man of faith. And when I was doing my research, that's one of that was a buzzword that kept coming up with your name. And let's talk about that and how you were able to, what you guys were able to do at Sundance with Birth of a Nation. That was really, really huge. And if we can, the situation that happened, right, with the, not necessarily going into details, but then how you still had to activate your faith in the midst of that trial and situation, if we can.
Yeah, gosh, faith is very important for me, just in who I am. I honestly I feel like I'm like an uncircumcised Philistine up here with all these people. I don't really feel like, it's like you're like, how am I here? When I think about faith, it was a guy who said something. I think today I saw this guy, and it was like, there was this really strange looking statue, and it had clay and pieces, and it was just, he was like, this statue looks like it's ugly, it may not fit, it just doesn't seem to be, quite right. Well, this statue sold for $141 million. And he was saying that sometimes you feel like you don't fit. Sometimes you feel ugly. You don't belong in the room. You need to know that who is attached to your name is what brings your value. And so he was relating that to God. And so for me, I walk in that. Because I really don't have a seat at the table. There are just certain people around me that are very, very good people. I surround myself with very good people, and some people are drawn to me, and it works either way. But those people are like family, too.
You got a seat at my table, brother.
I know. Ian is another. Kellen. I mean, I'm sitting here with people who have. Kellen employed me, at a point as a writer. And so I'm surrounded by people who have invested in me, sitting around people who believed in me, and loosely connected in different ways. I worked with Issa in her early days, and so the bottom line for me is just to be, not to be long-winded, but I told a story the other day about how I got to LA, but there was a story before that. And the short of that was I was homeless. I was in the street here, running around in Atlanta doing all kinds of things, hustling, doing stuff, and I dropped that cold turkey when God hit my life. And I tried to do right, but I wasn't listening to God. And God was like, I'm gonna shut that down. I'm gonna shut your right down. I'm gonna shut you going to work every day and doing what you wanna do because I told you to be an artist and you're not doing that. And so someone basically stole rent money from our apartment, so a lot of people ended up homeless. And they skipped town, and 2 months later, people were getting eviction notices out of the blue, right? And so I was one of those people, and I ended up homeless. I was sleeping in my car, I was on the street, and I was working a job, I had a business, but I didn't have a place to stay. And it got kind of like fearful, for me, police come into the car, people in situations, and ultimately I ended up sleeping in a movie theater. But it was because I was looking for a time to relieve myself. I was holding on to my money and stacking my money, but I was like, I'm gonna go to this dollar theater and I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna watch a movie and relax. I'm gonna eat some popcorn and I'm gonna forget about everything. And when I sat down in that seat, I don't think I watched them, I just passed out because I was so stressed and so tired. And I woke up at like 2 a.m. and nobody was there. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to jail. And then when I went to hit the exit, nothing happened. And I was like, I can stay here. And I was like, oh, there's hot water, there's a bathroom, might be popcorn, might be soda. I'm a chill, right? But that thing became the thing where I would come to the theater and start falling in love with movies in a different way, where I was like, I could do this. I think I could make something. So fast forward, somehow, after meeting Nate Parker, helping Nate Parker, just being a friend of Nate Parker, really he fell in love with me as a writer first, and we just started working together. And he, asked me about producing on Birth of a Nation, and I was like, really? Sure. When we got to Sundance, I don't think we knew we didn't know what was going to happen, but there was a producer who came. And he offered like $14.5 million sight unseen before anybody had seen the movie. In fact, Sundance hadn't even seen the full Birth of a Nation, which people didn't know. It wasn't. They looked at the finished cut and put it in, unfinished cut. And this guy offered us a ton of money. Really, Nate. I mean, Nate did this work, right? Nate is the person who did this work. and we all had the privilege of being there to help him. But this guy offered us money. He said no. But then it was like, they already offered us the Sundance Records, Eclipse that sight unseen. So Nate basically got a room after the standing ovation and the film had been seen and the text, and basically anybody who had over the Sundance record could come into that room. Amazon came in that room, they offered $20 million. Byron Allen came in that room, he offered $20 million. It was like, dang, Byron Allen got $20 million? Like, you and because at the time, nobody knew the genius of Byron Allen. That's a whole nother thing. But then Fox Searchlight offered a 17 and a half, and Nate had things he wanted. And so he just said, hey, can you do all these things? And Amazon said no. And Byron Allen said, I'm not sure. And Fox said, we'll do it all. We just don't have the extra $2.5 million. And so he took the lesser amount of money to do what he wanted. But in that was faith, because that project took 9 years to make. Nate went on a fast for a year. He stopped working. God said, Nate, you can't work a job. So he had to figure out how to live. And he fasted for a whole year until the project, he said, the money's gonna come if you take this year. And it came together, and it was part of him wanting to express his faith as well. As you know, for me, Birth of a Nation was a movie that I saw a guy, like in the Bible it says, if you twist the word or you change the word, it's a curse. And what I saw with Nat Turner was, he was the product of people twisting the word, right? But you know, the quote I love from Nat Turner in the movie, maybe there's, you know, for every word they used to enslave us, I saw another scripture that set us free. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully that answers your question.
No. That was, look, let's give him a round clap of, you know, that was, I mean, to think about the fact that you were in that theater, all that stuff was going on, and then fast forward, and you've got people bringing you millions of dollars for a movie that you worked on. That's nobody but God. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You guys mentioned a seat at the table. Let's talk to the table maker, Miss Denise. And let's talk about, I mean, Insecure changed this generation. Like, that was one of those shows that was the Cosby Show for my generation, or Bosom Buddies in the 70s. I mean, that show really defined years, right? For a lot of college students, a lot of young people. Let's talk about getting that project out there, and then just how the door has opened for women creatives, and like I said, for you being able to create a table for yourself through Reform Media.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line is that it definitely changed my life, but it changed the lives of every single person who worked on that show. And I'm sure so many of you know the origin story of sorts, but you know what I think is really unique and what I love is in the very, very beginning, you know, this was Issa's first time making a television show, on HBO at that, so we're talking about a premium level. My first time. Melina Matsoukas, who had came from music videos and commercials, it was her first time. And then you had Prentice Penny, who had came up, I mean, he started as a writer on Girlfriends and came up as a staff writer and made it to like a producer level, but Insecure was the first time he was stepping into the showrunner position. And so when you look at all of the first, and you think about the pilot and I think the beginning of the show, what makes it so special is that we all just kind of like went out on faith of like, this is the show we want to make. And at every twist and turn, and with in the beginning, a lot of the crew that we had, people were like, oh, you're supposed to do it this way. And we were like, but that's cool, but we want to do it this way. And I think what resonates and how it opens so many doors is because the show was authentic from the top down, right? The show was exactly what we knew it could be. And I think people often forget the first season actually wasn't a breakout hit. It was critically reviewed. A lot of people were like, this is the best show no one's watching. And it really wasn't, in my opinion, until, excuse me, the end of season 1 and really the beginning with season 2, that the show kind of took off and found its stride. And I think that speaks a lot to what you were pointing to, which is the period of time. I mean, I don't know if you guys can even think about it, but we premiered in October of 2016. And we're talking about the eve of Obama's last month in presidency and the election. And there was so much going on in that first season, right? So many other conversations being had. And then Trump gets elected. And in some ways, it's not lost on me that the positioning of our second season is aligned with hope, is aligned with, I think, Black people, Black creators saying, like, where am I in this country? Where am I in these stories? And, you know, everything we set out to do prevailed because we never changed it from the very beginning. And people just finally, like, caught on, I'd say, so to speak. So anyways, it's changed my life. It's changed everyone's lives. You know, I think the thing we're most proudest of is almost taking a tally and looking at every single department head or PA or writer or cinematographers and giving first-time opportunities to these people who are now going off to have incredible careers based off of the work they did. And then also giving a lot of promotions, right? Like our second AD became our first AD. Our art director became our production designer. Like it just like went on. And that I think is the legacy and the impact, is leaving 5 seasons and knowing that we are able to have built the foundation for many, many careers that are Black and brown, to be honest, so.
And the soundtrack, I mean, did you guys not tune in for the music on Insecure? I mean, it was amazing, right? I want, if we can, let's talk about, and I said it backstage, I wanted to talk to you about this. You started this thing called Culture Enterprise Dinners, and it really brings together all of these different individuals all throughout, you know, different industries, not just in entertainment, but different industries. And I think that is important because relationships are important, right? And I think everyone up here will agree, relationships are key in Hollywood. That's why I always tell people, never talk about someone publicly. If somebody wants to gossip about somebody, don't do it. Not publicly, because you don't know who knows who, right? Who thought that Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart were actually friends and that they actually knew each other, right? So I just always say, if we go talk about somebody, talk about them, let's talk about them inside the house. Not in front of a lot of people, because you don't know who knows who. But let's talk about your cultural enterprise dinners.
Yeah, so this was an idea that really sat with me throughout the pandemic, to be honest. And I was fortunate to have, I always call them money people. Some money people say, you know what, Denise, like, stop talking about it. We're just gonna give you some money so you can just do it. We wanna support this. And I appreciated it so much because, to be honest, if they hadn't done that, it would have just still been something I was talking about. Because now I was being held accountable. Now it was like, oh, y'all for real. So, I guess I should do this. So I set out to create this space that I felt like, as I'm watching our country, and more importantly, like, let's be honest, so many people like either lost their job or left their jobs or questioned what am I most passionate about. And I think one thing that stood true was looking at every single sector, whether that was social impact, whether that was finance or media or sports. It has become built are comprised of so many entrepreneurs. Everyone at this point wants to have their own business. I mean, this is a row of entrepreneurs right here, right? And I feel like there's this energy and the spirit that's happening of many, many more people saying, you know what, these corporations, this 9 to 5, this pension idea, that was cute, but what is it like to have something that I can call my own? How do I build my own legacy and empire? And so I kind of wanted to take that in a bottle and say, what I'm not seeing is the people who are doing that work in all of these different arenas being able to have a table to sit around together, because it often feels like we are isolated in our respective fields and areas, which is fine and it needs to be, but it was like, what would happen if I put Issa at a table across the way from Rich Paul, or I put Nicole Lynn, who's an incredible African-American sports agent for the NFL, across the table from Jasmine Crowell from Goodr, right, who has an amazing social impact company. And so it was really this idea of curating a space really just for like culture shifters and leaders who I was like, you're doing dope-ish, and you should know these other people that you may not cross paths with otherwise, and what can happen from there. So it's all about building a collective community, and honestly asking nothing of them but inviting them to a 12-person dinner. It's that intimate, and breaking bread and talking about what work we're doing and how we can work together. And so I've been fortunate enough to be able to host 2 of those to date. I did one in LA, and I got to do one in Martha's Vineyard in August, which was incredible, and I hope to continue to do many more.
So when you come into Atlanta?
You know what? I have to have that.
It's up.
Because I've had a couple Atlanta people attend, and every single person's like, you got to take this to every city. Because I was like, oh, we'll just do them in LA. And they were like, no, you got to come to Atlanta, you got to come to DC. So I will. At this point, it feels inevitable. So who knows? Maybe that'll be the next one.
I
So.
just want to be able to serve. I mean, you can have it. I just want to, give you a Coke and, a chicken wing and,
I'll be here for it.
I would say she just said something important, like Martha's Vineyard in August. If you guys haven't been there as a black person, you definitely have to go. So definitely look that up.
Oh, it changed. That was my first time, and it changed my life.
It'll change
I'm
your
already
life.
looking at houses for next summer. It is a very special place.
Every powerful black person in America is there in August. Trust me. From Obama, from everybody, Oprah, like we just went. Everybody's there. Trust me.
I want to come to you, Mr. Akeem, but before I do that, I want to read something that you have placed on your Instagram page. I'm still often asked what do I do by many people, and many that have known me for years. I'm often reluctant to say a television and film producer. Not only am I doing myself a disservice when I don't answer the question, I'm also doing those that want to be a television and film producer a disservice as well. I have credits and projects in development and production to date that some people would give away their firstborn for. As I think through the journey, I decided not only will I continue to tell my story a little more, I will work harder to help others break into this industry as well. I thought that was really important because I consider you the Renaissance man. You do it all: producer, entrepreneur, innovator, cultural relationship guy. I mean, you're everything. But let's talk about the power of relationships and not burning bridges.
To be honest, relationships is pretty much my whole entire success, to be honest. I learned early that connecting people can you curse? Well, sorry, I was use one. It'll bite you in the ass when you don't ask for what you want in return. And I just know everybody because I grew up in basketball with LeBron James. I managed Dwight Howard for a little bit. So actually, I quit on the day that we signed with the Lakers. I was like, I'm going to do what I'm, set out to do, and that's produce. Owned a barbershop, an art gallery that, I don't know how, but Nas, Little Bootsy, Survivor's Remorse, whole cast started coming to. That's honestly how I ended up getting into film. Got really cool with Ronrico Lee and Jesse Usher and Tashina Arnold, and I just started following them to like festivals, ABFF. I went for the first time in 2017, went to Essence for the first time in 2017, and I was just looking at everything like, okay, there's some really successful people.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but A Father's Love was directed by Ronrico, and it featured Jesse. No, he was a writer, and wasn't Tashina in the movie?
Well, yeah, Jesse and Tashina was in it. I wrote it, but
I'm saying that because of the power of relationships. I mean, you met them doing that, and then you were able to have them in one of your first films.
And I wrote a terrible script because I didn't even know what final draft was. So I wrote like an essay. It was crazy. So I handed them like these, because this is a short film, but I handed them like this 1.5-page essay. I was like, hey, y'all want y'all to check my script out. And they was like, yo, the story is fire, but this is the dumbest script I've ever seen. And I was like, well, I don't know how to put it in script form. So I knew Alan Maldonado, who's from The Last OG, who's just, he's a comedian, he's a writer, and a real good dude. And I was like, hey, man, I think I can. So the funny thing about ABFF, I found Jeff Friday on LinkedIn. And I hit Jeff Friday up and was like, hey, I knew Jesse because I was close to him. I knew he was about to do Independence Day 2. I was like, hey, I got the next Will Smith that's about to produce this short film. We had never did it. Didn't even run the idea by him just yet. But Jeff Friday was like, all right, bet. I'm going to hook you up with Lamar, and that's the lady that runs ABFF. He was like, just get it to me. I need it by and I want to say this is like March. I need it by April 15th. And I was like, oh, shoot, okay. I don't even have a script yet. I ain't talked to Jesse. I ain't talked to nobody, no actors, no nothing. So I was like, okay. I talked to Alan. Alan agreed in 2 weeks. So I always believe in giving people, even if you don't give them a lot, giving them something, whether it's a partnership to where I scratch your back, you scratch mine in return, or just find it, like, I totally forgot that he wrote something for me. That was through another, partnership, or really wasn't a partnership, somebody I knew I wasn't gonna work with, but he's a huge rapper, he needed help. So hooked them up, they did it. But long story short, got Jeff Friday to say yes, gave it to Jesse. We shot it literally on the last weekend of March. I found this guy, Dan Gibson, that does all Marvel's editing in LA, and he cut it for me in 2.5 weeks. Gave it to Jeff Friday, who didn't know me at all. I walked up to him and was like, hey man, Kellen, just want to say thank you for allowing us to get into your emerging directors thing. He was like, yeah, I heard your story. Because they lied, they didn't lie, they told the truth. But I didn't mean for them to tell my story on the panel of how it all came together, and he was there. But we ended up winning the emerging directors category, and then from there, like, that's kind of took off. So went there next and attached Christina Ricci and Zach Braff to Percy versus Goliath. Then I was blessed to attach Zazie Beetz to 9 Days, and then I just started telling people what I want in return. I want to be your top bill credit, on there. I'll get you this person. I don't need, a lot of times I say I don't even need anything financial, which I learned was a big mistake too. So I don't make that mistake no more either.
Don't do that.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's that.
Let's give them a round of applause, you guys. So how much more time do we have? Can someone tell me? Because I think this is supposed to go to 7:45. But I want to open this up if we have any questions from the audience. Is there anyone out there that has a question?
I definitely want to say one thing before we take that question. It's a common thread with everybody on this on this panel, because everybody's careers kind of started around the same time. Everybody had a change in momentum in 2015, 16, or 17, and it's just an honor to be around all you guys, because my life totally changed then too. And I think for everybody that's in the audience, that just was a couple of years ago. And so if you're on your path, doing your thing, make sure that, like he said, treat everybody nicely. You never know. I could have been a janitor here, and been where I'm at now. So treat everybody with respect and treat everybody nicely, because you never know how it comes back around. You never know who can help and pick you up and pull you back because you gave them $5 in the hallway and now you need a job producing your first film and they give you a chance.
Absolutely.
Amen. I think there's a microphone. If you move
right
to the
here?
microphone.
Okay.
And anybody else can line up if they want to have a question.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? My name is Chris Isidoro Saldivar. I'm a Clark Atlanta student, mass media arts student filmmaker. Got a film coming up next year. I'm sure y'all see that at the film festivals. I just wanted to ask, just to anybody, if y'all looking into investing in Atlanta, because this year alone we made about $4.4 billion in the Atlanta TV and film industry. Do y'all ever plan to kind of move y'all businesses into Atlanta, or do y'all expect to do something that years, because Atlanta's not there yet?
Right. I can say I'm from Atlanta. I'm from East Atlanta, graded baby, born and raised. So for me, even though I live in New York, I'm always here. I have a charter school and a nonprofit around the corner from here. So I always try to invest in Atlanta. We're actually starting a fund this year called Mentor to give out $100,000 to people like you that's doing projects and doing different things. And I know Cora's most definitely shoots a lot of his projects here, Kellen too, so I know I can say we do pour into Atlanta and try to do a lot of things.
Yeah, I've moved to Houston, but I'm kind of a person who cares about everybody and everything, and so obviously I have things here in Atlanta that I do, and partnerships that we've been discussing, already part of Morehouse, right? And so I try to put as much as I can into this, obviously the festival here and what's happening here, but also in the community. And honestly, I have a real big call for the prison system, and so I've been trying to work to create a film program and a animation program with the prison systems here in Georgia. So
I guess I'll piggyback on that. So really quickly, building a film studio alongside Anthony Mackie in New Orleans, but to piggyback on that, we're also buying and purchasing one here. And one of the main programs is to, in between shows, allow people like yourself to be able to use sound stages during the off time. So that'll be one of the big investments, whether it's monetarily or, monetary, can't say just yet. I'm broke now, but we will give you space.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, I'm sorry, please clap for him. I just want to add that I am also, there's actually Actors Only podcast, producing on that podcast, but that is something that's been put out here with Adam Wash, who's an actor and a producer here, who's really trying to ground the acting community and help the acting community here. And I also have a school in LA. It's Time Community Schools, Arts and Education High School in LA. We've been going strong for 3 years now, and work with done work with the Tamir Rice Foundation. Now I'm working with the Mirror Lee Medgar Evers Foundation, partner with one of my co-producers, partners, and somebody's out there. But we just sent, a box truck full of water, 96 cases through the foundation specifically. So, for Jackson, Mississippi, and the water crisis, etc. So for me, it's like, how much can we help, all the situations and circumstances around the world as well as our own communities. And I'm from New Orleans, so I'm all about what's happening with Mackie, my brother, in Callan with the studio situation. So hopefully I'm gonna come work for them. I gotta ask, right?
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Kanaji Blevins. I'm a man in Morehouse from Cleveland, Ohio, part of the Morehouse Filmmakers Association. And my question is, how do you gauge your worth early on? Because we talk about monetary and things of that nature. It's kind of hard to know. It's kind of hard to know your worth when people don't know you yet. So
it's in you, not on you. But for really knowing your worth is knowing your talents. And a lot of times, sometimes you might have to do things that is below your worth, financially, right? But you're gonna get the output and the outlook from it in the long run, because sometimes people want to see you do it. And because a lot of people talk, that's one thing, a lot of people talk about doing it and do all these things, but they don't put any action and they don't know how to execute. And so sometimes you have to become a high-level executor so people know you're going to get the job done, and then the worth will come with it.
Thank you.
I did want to add to that, because I was just telling the story not long ago, but it is also about, to his point, it's believing in yourself regardless of who believes in you, right? And that'll carry you far, because I often talk about how not long ago, especially when I was getting ready to launch Reform, I had a moment where I was like, someone was like, no, you've been successful. And I was like, no, I don't consider myself successful. And they had to retrain my way of thinking, mostly because they were like, but look at what you've done. And for me, right, about my worth, I hadn't done the things yet I had set out to do on my own that I've always been believing in. So it's like, oh, you can look at these accolades, you can look at these things, and having to know that those wins, even if they're not what I thought they would be, are still part of my worth. They are part of something to be proud of. And so it's like navigating, I think, your journey where even if it doesn't look like you thought it was, to still count the wins, because no one else can take your self-worth away from you. So it's something you kind of have to hold on and build yourself.
That part.
I love that.
I would agree.
I love that. I feel like the way that I've looked at this industry, right? And I love your question so much, because I've asked myself that. If I was to be a doctor, if I was to be going to law school, you said you did 3 years as an intern. I looked at this industry the same way. I leave school, I have 3 years of internship before I can say, okay, what's going on? And through that time, through those years, I've been able to, I've booked jobs, I've done the work, I feel good because I see myself growing. So it's about my self-worth. And eventually, because I'm just a huge believer in faith, it comes. It really does. If you really want it and you're putting the work in, it manifests. That's my belief. So yeah, I appreciate y'all for saying that. And your question.
Thank you, guys. Okay. We can only take 2 more questions, you guys. I'm sorry.
And then the rest, you can meet us in the front. And we can ask.
All right, go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Brianna Fuel. I'm a sophomore computer science major and French minor at Spelman. I'm also a part of the Morehouse Film Association. My question for you guys was, you had mentioned networking quite a few times, and for someone like me who does not necessarily have access to people in the industry, outside of maybe a club I'm in or special opportunities like this, how would you say that I can prove that I'm worth connecting with and I'm worth their time within the 5 seconds that I have to talk with?
Oh, you worth it. I mean, you here right now. You here right now, so you already worth it. I mean, the first part is just getting in the room. That's one of my biggest quotes, is like, just get in the room and I'll do the rest. You know, so when you can practice, I can't say you can practice your elevator pitch, but technically it's not even that. I mean, it's how you approach somebody. You know, it may be how you say, excuse me, and then I bumped into somebody with some water outside, right? And I was so thirsty and I had to get some water, and I was like, hold on, can I get some water? And she was like, didn't you see me getting some water? And I'm like, but we started a whole conversation from that moment, right? And we kind of brought each other in and started learning about each other. And you got to find things that can relate to each other, or moments where you can just talk to a person and just kind of relate to what they got going on, and they relate back to you. And kind of always ask for emails too. Like, numbers don't really matter in this world. Like, emails barely ever change. Like, you might have your email from high school that you periodically check. So technically, ask for an email and just follow up, because one day, you know, it might be 3 years later. I just got a production job from somebody I met 5 years ago, just because they usually follow up with me like once a year. And they say, oh, I was thinking about you. I want to bring you onto this job. So really, it's the emails, follow up, and just be a good person.
I want to add one unfortunate truth. Most of the time when you get in a room, you know you're worth it, but the people in the room will never know it. So, I mean, oftentimes, if I didn't know a single person on this stage, I go to Google. You got technology at your fingertips. Find common things that you know you can have a conversation about without being creepy, you know?
Right.
You gotta just really ride a fine line and just listen sometimes. Most of the time, the person that's always talking is the person that you like the least. So actors, you know, directors, producers, be quiet and listen for a minute. And then you'll hear things that you've already, you know, buzzwords that you already know you can connect on. And then follow up on those words. And like he said, don't be afraid to at least ask for an email. If you're a female, I wouldn't really ask males for a number. I would ask for an email. If you're a female to female, you just feel the vibe. Like, you really gotta, it's just like going on a date. Gotta really, really fill it out and see what's proper, you know, to follow up with.
I will say, I know we gotta go, but I feel the need to say, you have value already, right?
Exactly.
It's important to know that, in my opinion, my opinion matters to me. God created you, right? Your worth is found in Him, period. Not in the letters that you get behind your name, not in what kind of car you drive, not in what's in your bank account, not in when you get out of school. You have worth because you were created in His image, period. Don't let anybody tell you you're not worth it. Yep. Period. You're worth it. We're all human beings.
She was about to give her a jewel.
Nah, they said a lot.
No, but I was going to say, just like he said, Kellen, when I moved to New York, I didn't know anybody. I knew not one person. I knew 2 people, and they were introverts. And so I had to build a whole music company, a whole publishing company, without knowing anybody. And I went to an artist show, if y'all know JID from Atlanta. He came up to New York. He's my god brother. He came up to New York, so I went to that show, and I was backstage, and I went in the corner and asked one of the young ladies in the corner. I said, who is in this room that I should know? And in that room alone, she pointed out 5 people that was very influential in music over the world, not alone in New York. And I went up to each one of those people after she gave me their names. I Googled them, like he said. I found out a little information, and I started a conversation with each one of them. I think one had an Iowa shirt on. And I was like, what are you doing with that on? Like, who's from Iowa, right? And we started talking about football, and I related to him in that. And then I asked him to take him to lunch. Can I take you for a drink? And that was one of my biggest relationships. Now he's like one of the presidents at YouTube, you know? So it's really just getting in a room and using your intelligence, which you already have, and you have resources, Google, YouTube, all kind of things, and using those to your advantage.
With that being said, would y'all be willing to meet after this to connect? And can I
Always.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know there's a screening that we're holding up, and I know I'm part
we
of
gotta
that
go
as
to a
well,
screening.
so- but I'm here.
Real quick, because we got to wrap this up, but go ahead.
Congratulations.
I love every one of you guys' story and how you started off from one thing to the next and how you came to where you are now. And one of the biggest things from my backstory is that I went to school for a magnet program for arts and ended up doing the military and then came out and enhanced my skills to get my master's in film. And just wanted to know what is the difference from you guys' point of view as far as where you were to film, like how you started with management for football and now it's just a big transition to something new more into the film environment.
So what was the question?
Basically wanting to know, like transitioning from starting here, yeah, and then becoming a manager, or for anyone, really.
I mean, I was, you know, like I said, I was in the street. I was hustling. I went to doing business, just trying to work a business. Honestly, went to my father, who was here yesterday, he's not here today, and wanted to partner in his business and stop really selling weed, you know, which is what I was doing. And, you know, that kind of led to other things. I first was in music, but it led to me looking at life in a different lens, and all this other stuff happened with me being homeless, and I started looking at film, kind of jumped into film. So there's a longer story, but that's short, I hope.
I would say be open to pivot, you know, because I've been in all kind of different verticals, but I do the same thing I would be doing if I was working at Golden Glide or Cascade. Like, I managed, you know, and I only say those because I'm a real skater back in the day, right? But I manage companies, or I manage people. You know, I learned how to scale the company. I learned how to market it. What are the pain points? What are the problems? And I can do that working at McDonald's, or I can do that with any of these people here, right? Because it's all about partnership. So what I'm doing is not anything that I wouldn't be doing, but what happened is positioning myself in the right rooms changed. And so as my rooms changed, the value of my life changed, right? And it's the same thing. I think I posted the other day about the water, right? It's 50 cents in a case, you know, $1 at the store, it's $5 on the plane, and, you know, it's the same water. You know, the only thing different is the value that someone else places at that place, right? And so you go into the right places, you change your circles, and just don't be afraid to change your circle. Your friends can be the same, but, you know, you got to be able to elevate your circles and bring back knowledge to your friends. And some gonna come up and some gonna stay where they at. But your job is to keep moving.
All right, you guys, let's give it up for our amazing panel. And hopefully you guys learned a few things today. Come on, a little bit louder than that. There we go. All right, thank you guys so much.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. Before you all leave out, my name is Kara Walker. I'm the executive director for the Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival. I'm here. Hello. So sorry. Good evening. I'm so sorry. Yes, if I could have your attention for just one moment. My name is Kara Walker. I'm the executive director for the Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. It warms my heart to see this auditorium as full as it is with talented, creative, young people, and just thank you. I just really appreciate that. I needed to say that. Also, I'm out here to present our next segment, and it's Director's Choice for this year. Our first film is a film by Charles Whitman, and he is here somewhere. We're hoping that he's gonna come out here and present his film, The Six, and after that, Charles, you gonna come? He's here. I hope that you'll stay for the screenings this evening. So this is Charles Whitman. He's gonna present his film.
First and foremost, I want to thank God. He's amazing. Hey, you know, Carol Walker, she's an amazing, she set all this up. She's the executive director. We got to clap for her before we do anything else. So, yeah, my name's Chuck Whitman. I'm from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? Yes, yes. Class of 2008, Morehouse. My executive producer is in the audience somewhere. We got a film on Showtime right now called Hands Up. You can check it out, Google it. It's on a lot of platforms, but on television, it's on Showtime and the movie channel.
Yeah.
Thank you.